Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. I think we're live. Hey guys, it's Bumper. Hope you're having a great day today, and if not, hopefully I can make things a little bit brighter. And welcome back to Genshin Impact. Today we're streaming Genshin Impact, and we are going to be playing through Fontaine's Act 2 of the Archon quest. Did that make sense? Yeah, that made sense, I think. Like, you get it. Act 2 of Fontaine's Archon quest. My brain is a little fried. I accidentally got distracted on Twitter, and then I had technical issues, and then I needed food, and so I'm like an hour late to whenever I was supposed to start the stream. I will eventually actually remember to start my stream on time someday. It'll eventually happen. I'll eventually actually do that someday, but apparently that was not today. And oh, hello Petra! Hello! Good to see you here. What's up? Hope you're doing good. But yeah, someday I will actually be able to make it on time to my live stream. Yeah, that would be good. That would be good, wouldn't it? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I've taken too long to get this started, so I think it's best if we just get started with that Archon quest. And right, quests are in this menu. Thank you. And Act 2. Ooh, yeah, that's it. Wait, no, that's the Perilous Trail. No, there we go. Okay. As light rain falls without reason. There we go. I was about to do the wrong one. Yeah, we don't want to do that one today. We're doing Fontaine's that we're caught up with the main quest. We'll get around to doing the Chasm quest eventually. Just not today. Just not today. And oh, you're sick, Petra? Oh, I'm sorry. I hope you get better soon. Maybe the stream will make you feel better. Fun little stream. Fun little time. That's what we do around here. We do fun times. We make people happy, or at least we try. We try to do our best to make people happy around here, and hopefully it works, you know? Oh, but it seems like my internet connection is a little wonky today, so I apologize if there's any lag on the stream. And ew, that was a schmear frame if I ever saw one. But now I can finally go over to this restaurant and see what they actually sell and get the teleport point. I mean, I have every teleport point in Fontaine unlocked except for this one because I didn't want to accidentally start the quest. So I'll probably grab this while we're here. Where is it? Is it down? Yeah, it's down. But I didn't want to accidentally start the quest because I've done that before and it was very tricky for editing me, later, future me, whatever you want to say, to figure out what in the world I want to do. But, oh, guess we're going in here. Let's see, this place looks swanky. Nice. Miss Navia, you have picked out a fine-looking restaurant. I want to see what you're serving here.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up. I hope the food here will be to your taste.
I'd imagine it looks like a nice place.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while. Paimon's getting excited already.
You're feeling better than yesterday at least? Well, that's good. But any progress is still progress, and feeling just a little bit better sometimes, even just a tiny bit, can be a big change just in feeling.
In that case, I'll go order for us first. Please wait here a moment.
Ooh, everything looks so good. People in Fontaine sure know how to enjoy life.
Okay, I see lasagna there, I think. I see garlic bread. That's gigantic. That's a gigantic loaf of garlic bread. Holy heck. And just, I don't know what else is there. Maybe fish and chips it looks like, but looking good. You know what good food is Navia. Navia. Oh gosh, my chat crashed on my tablet. Dang it. Pop it back up before we continue. I guess it's whatever. Just continue, and hopefully that'll start working again.
Why, of course. Go ahead. Try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
Huh. So we get to decide if we think it's good enough? Alright. So then I'll put out my toughest critique. Thank you very much. I love lasagna. It looks so good.
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring everyone. Albeit with only one dish per table.
You, sure have your own way of doing things.
I thought we already figured that out with Navia.
Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just win that case after all.
It's certainly worth celebrating.
Oh, true. Very true. In that case, boss, we'll have another 2 dishes.
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more food.
Well, there's not a dessert on this spread, so we might as well get one.
Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon now that this has all happened?
Maybe.
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women, but we still don't know what they are really after.
True, and I've got a dessert platter, but I know it looks cheesy, you know, and all, because it's, like, very, like, anime-esque or whatever, like, you know, oh, not a perfect-looking model or whatever, but still, just the fact that the cakes look so shiny just makes them look so perfect and pristine, and I want to eat it.
If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person could be dissolved like that.
Yeah, I thought it was a bunch of hoo-hockey, like, seriously, that someone could just dissolve like that just by pouring a little drop of water on them. Poof, they just disappear into water. That's a little crazy.
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation could never really move forward before.
But now they got proof.
Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking. We were so close to hearing who was behind it.
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like a yawning chasm if the trail of clues is cut off. To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might conduct.
What? Really? Well, I guess they have been stuck for, like, what, 20 or so years at least?
It's not that I don't have faith in their ability. It's just that a different perspective is required in some matters. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times in order to produce a breakthrough. Which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exists. Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks where filth falls through. Where their watch fails them. That's the kind of problems we solve.
Huh. So kind of like a private eye detective agency kind of thing, I guess? Nice.
Seems Paimon thought things were simpler than they actually are.
It's all right. Well, this was supposed to be a farewell meal, so I doubt you have further interest in this business, right? Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
We wanted to ask the Hydro Archon for some information, but we haven't had much of an opportunity to do so.
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended. It didn't really seem like the right time or place to do it anyway.
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been foiled so far, was to have a chat with the Hydro Archon.
Do you have any connections, perhaps, that could get us there? Maybe.
I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Furina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance today.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any of her time.
Well, would you consider some more, unique ways? Perhaps even methods of, let's say, questionable legality?
Shouldn't you maybe not say that so loud? Out if you're saying it's questionably legally, like, seriously? Like, maybe lower your voice, we're in a public place.
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of sketchy ideas. Well, what did you have in mind?
Might be willing to do it if it's within reason.
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance.
I don't think that would be too bad. Or maybe we could get tickets to another performance fair and show up early. He makes sure that somehow she knows and then just go up and see her since she was, there early last time, Maybe that would work.
I'm sure Lady Furina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play. Don't you think?
True.
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty hard to pull off. We'd have to go learn how to act, and acting's really hard.
Paimon, you have pulled off some pretty convincing spiels before, like your construct shtick that you did in Sumeru. Come on.
Alright, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then, wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all your questions.
How would you even get in there? How would you get even in her house or whatever?
I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
Has this happened to you? What in the world?
That might work, but that's not really the problem. The problem is we don't want to get ourselves arrested.
Yeah, in this place, yes, I wouldn't recommend getting arrested, since the legal system seems kind of dumb.
Valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep.
How can you overlook something like getting arrested?
Alright, no more joking around. Perhaps you could... Oh, I don't know. Cut the line when she's on a break.
That wouldn't be too bad. I might get a fine or something, but I don't think that would be cause for arrest.
You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld personally. I imagine that she feels quite ashamed about the whole thing.
And she might want to talk to us. Good thinking.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense.
It's worth a try, but would someone with her personality really feel shame?
Why don't we give it a try after this meal? Strike while the iron is hot and all.
You know what? Sure, let's do it.
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Was this your drink?
I've had that happen to me before where I was just like me and a friend and two friends were hanging out and we all had Kool-Aid, but I accidentally mixed up our glasses. So, wait, was it? Me and another friend accidentally ended up drinking out of each other's glasses. Like, first one friend drank out of my glass, and then I accidentally drank out of her glass, which was funny because it's like, she's like, what, did you want revenge? And it's just like, no, I accidentally did it. I didn't mean to. We just both were being dumb today.
Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention, and the cup was right next to Paimon. Would you like to order another?
No, it's fine. We're just about done here.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fonta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
I'd have to agree. My drink also tasted that way too.
Is that so? Huh. Well, in that case, we'll have to blacklist the Fonta here then.
You mean you won't order it? Okay. But what in the heck is Fonta? I thought it was like orange soda, Fanta. I thought it was named after that. I thought it was supposed to be a joke of that it's Fonta rather than Fanta.
If we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Yeah, We're stuffed. Thanks for the treat, Navia.
Where are we teleporting to?
Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore.
You could try walking, you know.
Nah, that would be so normal. You know, like you.
What? Excuse me. I thought. What? What's wrong with being normal? What's wrong with walking on your feet rather than floating? Okay, if you don't want to do that, why don't you sit on my shoulders, give you like a piggyback ride or something?
Okay. As for expenses this month, we're left with...
Hey, Navia, what are you doing over there?
Please don't tell me that we made her go broke.
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Seems that was a pretty tough meal for her, and pretty pricey.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again. Bye, Navia!
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact the Spina di Rosula. I'll give your request the highest priority.
Oh, thank you. I love her. She's great.
In any case, I wish you smooth sailing. I'll see you again, partner.
See ya.
See ya!
Well, that's never happened. Never seen that pop up during a cutscene. They're getting fancy with their stuff over at Hoyo. Nice. By the way, the reason why I'm walking back in here is because I want to buy the recipes before I forget. Sorry. Yeah, I love seeing what the recipes for a new region look like, because I just love food so much. Especially sweets. Like, of course you don't see sweets as much as other things, but they look so good, you know? I love sweets, and I love food, and just, love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Really swanky looking place. You know what this place kind of reminds me of? It reminds me of, like, a kind of like, if they had tables here in the middle, and just if it didn't have the glass ceiling, it would remind me of Ellen Stardust Cafe in New York. They have they do sing, the waiters sing and waitresses sing Broadway musicals tunes every now and again. It's a really cool looking place. I want to go over at some point. So why are we heading over to the fountain? Cause like it isn't like Furina as the Hydro Archon's office where we're trying to meet her at, and isn't that over in the city? Or am I wrong? Guess maybe we think she's at the opera house for some reason. I don't know.
There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Araneas might have been the last one.
Vache.
What?
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again?
Yes, and it's clearer than it was during the day.
That's kind of spooky. Are you sure we don't want to come back in the morning?
No, it's fine. It's just weird. Keep it in mind for lore purposes.
Vache.
What?
Hey, why are you still walking towards it? There might be something nasty in the water.
I can feel strong emotions, and things are getting a little blurry.
Huh? Hang on. Paimon can kind of hear a voice. It's calling for Vache, right?
Yeah, you can hear it too? What?
Hey, Traveler? Stop walking. Come on, wake up.
What's happening? Where the heck am I, and why is there an Oceanid here?
Vache, are you my dear Vache?
No, my name is Bumper. How about you?
No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know where my love is?
I'm afraid not. Sorry, just who are you?
Wait. Who am I? I'm very sorry. I fear I do not know. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be recovered.
Why does it say Oceanid with a question mark? Is this not an Oceanid? What is it?
How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten?
You were once human?
Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who is lost, therefore.
Okay, you lost your form. What? You lost your form. You were a human who lost your form and now you're an Oceanid. Wait, does this have anything to do with the dissolving thing? Did you dissolve?
I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim.
Light blue water, could she have been one of the girls who were dissolved?
I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. I knew how dearly he loved me, and I also loved him equally as much. But now, we can no longer go back. The pain of such parting. I never knew how heavy it could be.
So, you need me to find him?
No. Our reunion no longer has any meaning. There is no way for us to create any new memories.
Aww.
The thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie forgotten beneath the waters. If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. That is the only thing I still remember.
I believe it will be hard for him to forget you.
Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vache above the surface. His eyes were filled with such sorrow, such longing.
Aww.
If only I could have comforted him, told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, I had felt a great warmth.
That means that Vache was a witness to the fact that you dissolved?
Is that what you call it? Dissolving? If anything, I consider it a form of release. It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace, like the water's still surface.
I don't know if I'd say it was that either this ain't dissolving with her, or just like she had a better experience than that one dude who dissolved in front of us, because he was screaming. Oh, hello, Lau. How's the stream going? Pretty good. Not very far into the quest, but enjoying it so far. Either she didn't dissolve, or she had a better experience than that one dude who was screaming in pain.
I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety.
It seems that after the body has dissolved, some measures of the consciousness still remains.
I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think.
Oh, probably Paimon. I wonder how much time has passed in reality.
Farewell, then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember, if you see Vache, tell him not to seek me out any longer.
Alright, I'll tell him, but I don't know if he'll listen. What?
Wake up!
What?
Come on, hurry!
What the?
Navia's outnumbered!
What the? What in the? We're in a war. What is going on? Okay, so somebody definitely knows how to fight. Holy! Nice.
Demoiselle, look out!
The boys can fight too. Good for you.
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex.
Where did they come from? Why are they attacking? Is she gonna attack us? Oh gosh. No? Okay, she's gonna help us. But what is going on? Are you gonna go Super Saiyan on her?
Quick, now's our chance!
Attack him from both sides, come on. Holy! She deflected like Genji over here. Clorinde better have a gun as part of her kit.
I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Clorinde. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
And can someone explain to me what I just woke up to? Because what in the heckity heck? What is going on? Why were things attacking? I was just randomly here, just enjoying a little stroll. I get sucked into some alternate void in a fountain, and now this happens. What happened while I was asleep or something? What? But fine, whatever. Clorinde, how did you get here?
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
I guess, but maybe she is like an official, so like maybe she was just trying to make sure that people didn't die or whatever. I don't know.
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
Do not speak of my father.
What's up with you two? What? Why are you so mad at her about saying your father's name?
Sorry, demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
What? You did fine fighting, my dude. You were fine.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clorinde, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional harm.
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful.
Well, is that why we were getting attacked? Someone sent that over to us or something? I don't know. But, huh.
Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
You mean us fighting against this, or what?
I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with a Maison Gardiennage could control them.
I would have thought that people, if you're saying people in authority, how did they get in control of these things, the bad guys, if they're only under control of the good guys? Is there a spy? Is there a rat in here? You're so glad I got I'm so glad I got strongly now, because now I can build a mono geo whenever Navia comes out. Oh yeah! Yeah, really hope she turns out good, because honestly, I might pull for her. Or if she's a 5-star, actually. I really like her. She's really peppy. And she likes baking. We're just, like, same wavelength. I like her. I'd definitely be pretty good friends with this gal. But I seem to be getting feedback from my talking in my earbuds. That is weird. I'm gonna have to figure it out later, but right now, I don't know what to do.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law.
Oh. So they're like repop or something. There's like or counterfeit. If you didn't know what repop means. Well, repop isn't counterfeit. Reproduction is what repop means. My brain is fried today.
I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means, deploying them as a private force of sorts.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
I will continue investigating no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. That's my father's true last wish.
Well, then I want to help you because, you know what? I like the cut of your jib, kid.
Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clorinde. But if you get any ideas, tell me first. I don't much appreciate being followed.
I'd be a little, yeah. I wouldn't like being followed without my knowing either. And, but why did I call her a kid just a second ago? Oh, she's probably older than me.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you. Good day, all.
Do you have any emotion in your bones, lady?
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clorinde was being sincere with you. If we tried, we could attempt to thaw relations a little.
I know, she's...
So, what has just happened? Because I have no clue what's been going on.
Oh, thank goodness! I thought we were done for! Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Navia and her gang saved us!
So they were coming after us. Or did you just happen to be around here, get attacked, and then run our way accidentally, and then we had to deal with it as well? Either way, I feel like they probably were coming after us and not you.
Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clorinde who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Yeah, I don't think you're much of a fighter, so, yeah. Thanks for the rescue, Navia.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for me, anyway. In truth, I hope that every meal we have together shall be a victory feast.
Well, who wouldn't want it to be?
As such, we're still partners. There's no need to thank me.
Alright.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
Do what? What is magnanimity? I'm guessing that means, like, you know, like magnetism, you know, just, like, good, like, spirits, whatever. I don't know. I'll have to look that up later.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
Aw, yeah, she really is a spunky kid, and who wouldn't want to be around her? Or, why do I keep on calling her a kid? She's probably older than me, good lord. Or, but I like those two, they're fun.
Alright, you two. That's enough.
It's so nice to actually have NPCs who actually feel like you really, really care about them. Like, I kind of cared about Tepe. Like, of course I got emotional and everything. I wasn't exactly expecting his death and whatever, you know, and just, like, it kind of caught me off guard. and like Dunyarzad, I cared about her, but like just for some reason, just like I feel like a lot more attached to these two guys for some reason. Like they really feel like they've got a personality more than just a go-getter, or oh they're just a plot point of this or that, you know. Magnanimity, noun. The fact or condition of being magnanimous, generosity. Both sides will have to show magnanimity. Ah, gotcha. Thank you, Lau.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the nick of time.
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
What?
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed somehow? Ooh, Paimon's even more amazing than she thought!
If I had to imagine, you were probably screaming while I was passed out on the ground, so... Oh, you just caught her attention.
Yes, all thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
What?
How did that help?
Was it laced or something?
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said. That the Fonta tasted kind of salty and icky.
Wait... Do you mean that... I thought it tasted strange, but do you mean that we got drugged?
Fonta only comes in sweet flavors, so how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall, had also been a bit off.
Did someone drug us?
So the Fonta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Oh, if Paimon hadn't drank her drink, she would have been dead. Oh, gosh. Well, thank you, Paimon. Holy heck. Paimon, we would have literally had a main character die if it wasn't for your little slip-up. Good job. Good job, Paimon. Oh my gosh. We would have had a main character die. Good job, Paimon.
Yes. So, if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Huh. Really?
Fortunately, Paimon and neither of us are from Fontaine. Otherwise, we would have been dissolved as well.
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate, but whoever did this left no trace at all.
Really? Okay.
That's when I figured out that you might be in danger, and hurried here as quickly as I could.
What? Why would they go after us too? All we did was defend Lyney in court and help clear his name. Ugh, now we're caught up in this mess too, aren't we?
Yeah, because we probably are too close to it after defending them, as well as that they might want to... Maybe they thought we knew about the hit on Navia, and he saved her or something, so they want us out of the way so that they can get to her. I don't know. Either way, we definitely have a target on our backs now, as usual.
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process.
True. I didn't think about that.
Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordial seawater?
Not when I drank it, but after.
Well, it can't be coincidence that the traveler fainted just now. She said that she heard that voice calling for Vache again.
That voice? We need to explain that to her. She doesn't know.
Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too, but it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then?
Hold on. Did we tell her, maybe just in a side conversation, but I'm forgetting, that we heard voices at this fountain? Because I'm just gonna ignore it and hope that maybe just my brain isn't forgetting, or rather than them forgetting to put in something of actually addressing that she doesn't know. Whatever. Anyway. According to Lynette, the ability to hear voices like that has to do with one's sensitivity to the hydro element.
Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's used on people who are not from Fontaine?
Maybe? Huh.
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
I also gained some new intel.
New intel? While you were out cold?
It's gonna be a long and weird story, but let's get into it.
Well, let's hear it, shall we?
The voice in the fountain belonged to one of the missing women. A person named Vache was the witness when she dissolved.
Oh, that is important. Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean that he's a suspect, but definitely a witness for sure.
But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Could he have been threatened?
Maybe, but if he's still alive, we should try searching for him.
Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to investigate.
Alright, partner, I'm ready to help.
Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
Yeah, of course. If this is getting pretty serious, and even if Lumine didn't want to do it, I do.
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're still partners, right? And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
Yep, this will prove to be their biggest mistake, because I'm about to open a can of kick butt on 'em.
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula, after all.
Oh, come on. Let her have her moment. Nobody else is around here.
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodations for you. We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners. But we'll take that one step at a time, I guess.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is definitely secure.
Well, I guess we don't have to worry too much, at least while we're there, then. Because I trust Silver and Malus, but, at the same time, what the heck is going on? Seriously. This is getting more whack with every minute, and I love it. I love these kind of mysteries. Like, this is seriously, like, a mystery, and I love mysteries like this.
It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't followed first.
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
Very good. But let's not let our guard down for now.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, Traveler.
Wait, are we going into the sewers? Is this where your base is? Down in the sewers here? Really? I guess it's pretty secret, but at the same time, I would feel like Spina di Rosula, with how fancy you and your peeps look, that you would have some really nice mansion or something. But whatever, I guess whatever works, works. You know? Lizard, lizard, lizard. Thank you. Never know when you need something. Because I definitely know I run out of crud pretty easily in this game. Because I don't go farming enough for stuff. So, are we staying at a hotel down here or something? By the way, I wish this underground area was bigger. Like, I seriously thought this whole area, while it is decently big, I honestly thought it would be the size of the entire of the Undercity, or even bigger, like, hey, because I would have thought there would be a lot more of a homeless or whatever poor population than this. You know what I mean? Like in a city as big as Fontaine? Or as fancy as it, you know? I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking things. I still like it though, but I just wish there was more of it, you know? More of it to explore.
So, this is your base? It's not quite what Paimon imagined.
Oh, look, it's an anchor with roses on it. Maybe that's like their logo or something. it would make sense since she's got, like, Navia has on her outfit, the nautical, ship wheels on her outfit. But, WoW says, this is probably one of my favorite quests in the game. Ooh! Well, good to know that I'm gonna get a real treat with this one, probably, because we have similar taste in quests.
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best we have.
Well, thank you.
Well, our funds have been a little tight lately.
Paimon, is it because you ate too much? Well, maybe it's nicer on the inside.
After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have the support of the people, that does sound like it's worth it.
Yeah, true. How can you seriously afford an outfit that nice? Nice if your funds are tight. This doesn't make sense, but whatever.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago. I'm afraid I'm not quite his equal.
Ah, okay. Well, maybe you'll get to there someday.
Your father, he was the previous boss of Spina di Rosula, right? How did he...
Paimon, I don't know if this is what we should be talking about, because he's probably dead, it sounds like.
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain.
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And, as partners, this is something I hope they can understand. My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful in the streets. 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial. He died in the duelist's ring.
Ouch.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up.
Well, maybe we can prove it during these quests. Crossing my fingers.
At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence.
But there's no point in investigating a dead man's case. Yeah.
But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender, determined to die in the arena.
Was he trying to prove something?
3 years later, I still don't understand why he did that. How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself.
It does seem really odd. Why? Do you have any clues as to why?
The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Maybe he somehow left a clue through his death? I don't know. I don't know how they do it, but the voice acting keeps on getting better in this game. Well, you get different studios, you learn different tricks, etc., you know? Oh, not that Hoyo isn't a brand new company, but the longer you go on, I'd hope things get better, you know?
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in, but I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews of the investigation records. However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know something. I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get to the truth.
Well, I want to know now. I'm invested.
If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive.
So sad. Will I be pulling for Neuvillette or... I'm gonna probably butcher this since I haven't heard it said in game, but, Rosalie? Whatever. or wolf ear boy. Wait, he looks like he got wolf ears for hair. Or yeah, that guy. If Wriothesley turns out to be limited banner, like speculation has said, then I'll definitely pull for him, because I don't want to go without him. But I still haven't decided who I'd want to go for first if they're both limited. Like, honestly, I have no clue who I'd want to go for first if they're both limited 5 stars. But once I know the details, I'll start figuring it out. But I'm still trying to figure it out, and I can't pick. They're both great. They look so good, and at least with current standings, I feel like I'd probably, just without having met Wriothesley yet in the game, I'd probably go for Neuvillette. Because of personality, I've gotten attached to him in personality-wise, but at the same time, I'm probably, as soon as I get to see more of actually Wriothesley, I'm just gonna be like, fighting over it again. So yeah. I only hope to God that you actually get to build the one you get. LOL. Well, I'm getting closer to finishing my second team, I've only got, I've gotten through the main boss materials. While I do have new weapons on them, it shouldn't take too long to build. Well, I've got most of at least Al-Hytham's talent books, I believe. I can't remember if I calculated correctly or not. I'll have to look again, but I'm getting pretty close. The main thing, of course, is just artifacts, because I have bad luck with those things, but I'll get around to those once I'm done with the main building, Oh, but I'm actually getting pretty close. Oh, so I feel like I probably will be able to start building one of them once I get them, And, Petra, I've heard people call him Risley in case you want an easy way to say his name. Well, he do be looking like he got some Riz, though, so it would make sense. I know we've barely even seen him, but I already really like him, Oh, I can't wait to learn more about him, actually. I really need to hear how Joe Sajiwa, how more names that I can't pronounce, how he does with the voice acting of the character, because I've only heard him voice Claude from Fire Emblem. That's the only voice I've heard him do that I know of, at least. So it's just like I don't know how wide of a range he has, for, the professional stuff he's done. So it's just, a question of, am I gonna be like, does that voice match this guy, Because just, all I've heard is Claude. And Claude definitely does not match Risley's face, Oh, but, I have a feeling he'll probably do a good job, but I'm waiting to see. How he sounds, before I make up my mind.
He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me.
Well, that was a twist in tone. Owen talking about who we're pulling for and laughing over voice actors to that statement. That is something not to withhold information-wise from your kid for too long of a time. Maybe keep it away whenever they're younger, but I'd say she's probably an adult and he only died a few years ago. What took you so long, my dude?
And now, here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you, Papa?
Seeking truth for the sake of your family. We're quite alike in this regard.
Demoiselle, please, if there is anything I can do, anything at all.
Aww. I like Silver. Gosh darn, I think I have a crush on an NPC. Tepe was just cute, but I like you. You're chaotic and you're sweet.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, demoiselle.
Honestly, I'd imagine Risley will sound something like Alhaitham and Diluc's voices combined. I can kind of hear that in my head, you know? Oh, pretty low, you know, just kind of not too emotion-filled, but just kind of chill. Yeah, I can kind of picture that. I don't know. Oh, I feel like it'd match him. And yeah, I think I can see that. And I feel like he might be a bit of a kind of Diluc-ish kind of personality.
Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case for him to be dubbed Callus the Unfaithful. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strained finances at present.
Wait, if Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious when he was accused?
Yeah, I'd imagine it's the stupid justice system around here that causes people to be like, if they're accused, they must be guilty. You know, just like, which just is like, it reminds me of the whole thing of like, if you've never heard of it, like, Japan has a like 90, I think it's 90% conviction rate, that if you're charged, 90% of people get convicted. And I know this isn't a Japanese game, so it's not hitting them probably as hard, but just like, I remember hearing that, like that was kind of an idea behind Ace Attorney and whatever, or probably from some YouTuber, I can't remember the name. It was like Moon something, I don't know. It's an interesting video. I've watched, I can't remember, it's Moon something, the channel that I've watched it from, but they do like law-related things and whatever, and commentary on Japanese culture, but just like, yeah, the law system is probably why they probably just think they were accused. Why would they not be guilty? Joe does some tutorials in his socials on how to imitate popular characters' voices, and he's got quite the range. Ooh, as someone who wants to imitate some characters from this and Overwatch, or other things as well, I might have to check out his socials, because that would be very interesting. And I've been told that I sound like a few characters in the past, like me and my mom have a very similar voice, and she sounds very similar to Mercy, so I'd like to get better at that, and I've been told that I sound like Sucrose on one of my streams, so... Oh, yeah, I'd definitely like to try doing some impressions, so I'll have to check that out. Thank you, Lau.
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive to people from Fontaine, really. Everyone's like that.
True, but I just wish people would question stuff more often.
People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
Yeah, true, but what about innocent until proven guilty?
But how could... never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused, we have to find the truth. He didn't deserve to have that happen to him.
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel was Ms. Clorinde.
Well, that would explain the harshness.
Oh, her? Well, then, isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who killed him?
No wonder the mood was a little strange between the two of you.
Yeah, that's not the sort of thing that you can just let go and move on from.
Yeah.
Miss Clorinde has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop either. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was resolute in the arena, there was only ever one choice she could have made.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal with this yet.
I can't blame you. Even at first, the whole thing of just like... exactly as you said. She killed your father. That's not something you can exactly move on from. I don't care if it was in a duel to the death or whatever. She killed your dad.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel. You don't have to force yourself to do that.
Afterward, Miss Clorinde told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety.
Then that indicates that he intended to die in that duel.
Yes, that is our understanding as well.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me? All right. Anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end.
No, it's alright. I understand how important this is to you.
Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day after all.
Yeah. Paimon's feet.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you rest soundly.
Well, good to know I got some bodyguards. Thank you, good sir.
Whether it be responsibility for Spina di Rosula or Master Callus's death, it all landed on Demoiselle's shoulders so suddenly. This won't do. I must become stronger.
Aww. You're sweet. I like you. I like Silver and Malus. They're great.
Paimon slept so well. This place feels almost too safe.
Where is Silver and Malus? So I know I didn't see Malus, but where's Silver?
Huh? Navia? Where did the other two go?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here at the moment.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday regarding the name Vacher.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
Wait, what? I thought she may have at least gotten some sleep. Girl, that's not good for you.
How could I after having such critical new evidence appear?
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just now, huh?
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem to have a match anywhere.
What? Ha. Okay.
I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this Vacher person is a key witness in the incident.
Very true.
Does that mean we're too late, though?
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten, no matter how much they wanted to.
Where would that be?
And that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept.
We get to see the boy! Don't we? Yes!
If the Oceanette you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, we should be able to find some related information there.
Yeah, but we don't know her name. There's like, what, 20, 30 some missing girls that we'll have to pick it out from?
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that's the hard-working Chief Justice for you.
Yeah, he's pretty on top of things. I think he's definitely fit for the role.
In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we?
What? Do you not want to go see him?
Aren't you coming along, Navia? Did you get tired?
No, it's nothing. Let's go see the Honorable Chief Justice.
Why do I feel like that's not actually... That was kind of a jib at him for some reason. Like it wasn't fully there, but that felt like an undertone of like, you don't like him, do you? Which is kind of odd, because just like, he seems like a nice guy. Why would you not like him?
Right up ahead. Come on.
Alright. Like, I guess you don't agree with the justice system and all, but still, he seems to take things pretty seriously. Knows what he's doing. Huh. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking things.
Halt! Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with official matters.
the Melusines are so cute.
Huh. This place does look pretty heavily guarded. Guess that proves that Neuvillette's files are really secure.
True.
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or who you might be related to. Our rules make no exceptions.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. Paimon can tell. If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy, so please leave if you don't have a reason to be here.
They're so cute. She sounds so just like she's having to hold her cheeks, you know, or whatever. Like her. She sounds so chubby, you know what I mean? Just. Oh, I love the Melusines. They're so cute.
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago? We were at the trial of the great magician Lyney.
Wait, I think I remember seeing her.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Lyney's attorneys. It's all coming back to me now.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Well, it is now. Because, we've got a follow-up to that case, and Neuvillette probably would want to know, so...
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust us.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Thanks so much.
Well, let's hope he's not mad about barging in here, and... Gosh, ow. Oh, I don't know why. I've got, I was brushing my fingers through my hair, and I got one of my nails stuck in it, so I had to, use my other hand to click the mouse forward while I was untangling it, but I was just like, to heck with it. Ow. Ouch, that hurt.
Please, come in.
You are so nice, I like you.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Neuvillette. We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
Yeah, let's hope he isn't mad, but... You know, I think he considers us friends at this point, so he might not be.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vacher. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information on the case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
Thank you, good sir. He is helpful, and he has a reason to be around, because with Furina and her stupid butt, who only lives for the drama, it's a good thing to have him around, who actually is serious about everything, and just actually wants to have real justice.
Neuvillette would be so easy to talk to.
I love him. He's great.
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vache has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years.
Huh. Well, that's not good.
There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
So we're back to square one.
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
With how many things I've gone through, are you really going to say that it was a dream? I've been to Irminsul, for Pete's sake.
Is that so? All right then. Thank you so much, Monsieur Neuvillette. We'll take our leave now.
Ahem.
What?
Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel.
What was the ahem about?
Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Neuvillette? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of regret? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things because you felt like you should. It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead.
Ouch. Neuvillette, you got something to say? 'Cause, I still trust you, but, you should have gone with your gut, I have a feeling.
In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear. If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel?
Oh, gosh, you look so sad.
Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all?
Oh gosh, he's got me tearing up now.
Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed everything.
Can someone give me some tissues, please?
There are still so many things I never got to tell him. So many questions he still owes me answers to. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone. It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Well, that went downhill quickly.
Navia, are you okay?
I'm fine. Rain. It's raining.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today. How strange.
So the rain only shows up on days before trials, but it showed up just now? That's odd.
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
Rain? What?
Did you think of something?
Your father's case. Was he outside when it happened?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain could have affected the crime scene? That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value.
But there was something you didn't know at the time.
Oh? Wait. You don't mean...
The fact that people can be turned into water.
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water? And then got washed away with the rain?
What? I'm not following. Am I missing something? What? What is What am I missing? Did I miss a line of dialogue or something? Did I click over something? What? How? Okay, I'm just gonna go along with it and see if maybe there's something that explains it more.
Yeah. And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities.
Oh. Oh, crud. So we're never gonna find the murderer of his case and prove him innocent. Well, that's gonna work. That's peachy.
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. You're completely right. How did I not connect the dots earlier? Alright, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna make progress for sure this time.
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by yourself later?
We should go... Wait, why are the ideas so different? What? Well, that's actually have an impact. Something water from the primordial sea. Yeah, I know, I get that part. But is this actually gonna have an impact on what happens? What I choose here? Like, I know that's never really happened with the main Archon quest. But Fontaine has been doing some experimental things, it seems like. Do you guys know if this will change what happens, or am I overthinking things? Oh gosh. Maybe I could look this up and find out real quick. I apologize. I just don't want to make a decision that it's gonna cause a problem for me later. I think... Oh, I'm overthinking it? Okay. Hey, we should go while the ideal is still fresh.
Great. Let's go then.
Where are we? Oh, this place. Okay. I've never actually been down in here before, but I got the TP point. Because I needed it to complete Fontaine. Or the first area of Fontaine that we have.
Whoa! What a huge ship! Why would a ship be anchored at a place like this?
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina di Rosula's headquarters.
That's cool.
My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common. A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
I think I'm starting to get why you like it.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been convinced.
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base, our home.
I guess we technically got more sewery kind of thing over here in Poisson, but at the same time, it's just like, you know, I really feel like it should have been a lot bigger part of Fontaine than we got, but maybe we'll get some more kind of grungy aesthetics like this, you know, whenever we get the next area, you know, or maybe, you know, since Roysley works at a prison, maybe we'll get to see that kind of aesthetic, you know, maybe something similar. So how exactly do we get in? Hello? How do we get up? Is there, oh, here. It's got little stars hanging down, that's cute. Navia, did you hang those? This is really cool, I like it.
Maloose, we're back!
Hello, Maloose.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson so quickly?
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if my father's case had something to do with water from the primordial sea? You still remember, right, Maloose? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Lyney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
Could the mastermind be the same person?
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
Well, that sounds like the diluted version of the water from the primordial sea, because they were using it as like a drug.
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial sea. If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance.
Yep, they doing drugs.
As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once and for all.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his informant. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already dead on the ground.
Well, if it was at your mansion, why don't you just maybe hush up? Why didn't you just hush up and not say anything? Because your father probably didn't do it.
Huh? How did that happen? Aren't they on the same side?
Sounds just like Lyney's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any motive at all. Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene.
So they could have belonged to someone who got dissolved, maybe?
Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired.
Maybe your father got into an argument with Jacques, but it's also possible that the third person was to blame, possibly.
You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring it all out. I'm finally headed towards the truth.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with 0 warning. I think this third person is probably the key to the full truth. On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning. Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying to bring them to justice. Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to live out our lives. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back and give up on the case.
I don't think she's gonna do that. I don't think she's gonna... Nope, she wants to prove her father was in the right. She needs to make sure that his legacy isn't whatever they've said. I can't remember the nickname that they gave him, but whatever. Or if she's a Spitfire like me. She ain't gonna back down.
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the end? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Nothing has changed. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that, ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and for myself.
Preach. You do it.
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, demoiselle, I think you're also ready to take this on.
So you do know something else, Maloose?
Have you been hiding something?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
Oh, gosh.
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. The doctors told him that he had no more than 5 years left to live.
Oh, gosh. I'm betting he was probably just like, well, I don't have much more time anyway. Hey, 2 birds, 1 stone. Own, protect her, and just, I'm already gonna go anyway, so protect her and get her out of the line of this. Yeesh.
And the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. But once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina di Rosula about the details. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Wow. That's crazy.
Right. So nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
Well, until recently, obviously.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick to me.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss.
Sounds like the whole Tiana thing, if you ever watched Princess and the Frog. Her dad, I was pretty worn out, but he didn't say anything.
To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful was still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
Aww. That's really sad.
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could protect me.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, Demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now?
She wanted to give you the choice to live how you want.
Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Huh. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where synth is produced. Essentially, it's the enemy's headquarters.
Well, hand it over. I'm about to open a can of butt kick on him.
When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence he found.
Dang it! So what are we gonna do?
But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take several things into consideration.
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization that's been in operation for decades. There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside, nor what people we may be able to capture. But a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war.
Very true.
The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves up to full retaliation.
Well, what about if just me and Paimon go? Kick some butt and take some names, you know? At least you guys wouldn't be on the line, and it wouldn't be anything new for us to have our neck on the line, you know?
Then, in that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Lyney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
Well, we don't know about that. Don't know about us either. You could never really know if Spina di Rosula wasn't infiltrated either.
Huh. That's true. Seems my father really had no choice. But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances case.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Malus.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss and Demoiselle's will.
Plus, he's probably had like 3 years or so to think about it.
I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations, and waiting for the right time to come.
Thank you for all of that, Malus. Have you discovered anything new in the past few years?
Let me think. One conclusion I came to was that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least have an informant planted here.
What did I say? You don't know that even your own people haven't been compromised.
When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news.
Well, have you figured out who it is? Because we need to talk to them probably and interrogate their butts.
After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 3 people. The first is Florent, Spina di Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture this whole time. There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Uncle Marcel.
What's this confrérie?
It's a guild in Poisson. The boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence.
Okay.
In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around, with a lot of business connections in the city.
Huh. Okay. Interesting.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support. It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down themselves.
Or using money to, fund their operations, but make it seem like they're hunting down themselves.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards.
Well, they did have a guard dissolve at that one case, so I have suspicion on him probably a lot more than the others now.
Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authorities. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
The fact that we just saw 2 shots of him rather than 1 also makes me look even closer at him. Or he could be a red herring. They could be trying to throw him into our brains more so that he could be a red herring.
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among those I trust the most. It's almost too hard to believe.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy is extremely cautious.
True. We don't want to get them all, what am I trying to say? Tip them off. We don't want to tip them off and cause something to happen to where they get it dissolved into water. That really has to be a terrifying experience, to just literally watch someone dissolve in front of you. Oh, I would be freaking out if I saw that in front of me.
Of course. And thank you, Malus. You've provided us with a lot of great information.
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can make the necessary arrangements.
That might be helpful.
Oh, thank you so much, Malus. You really are the best.
A new case awaits, my dear partner.
Leave it to me.
I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case once and for all.
Oh, we're doing another case. Crack open your thinking caps, peeps, because we got another case on our hands, another mystery. Hopefully I got some smart people helping me out, because I'm not always the smartest with this stuff. But maybe I can figure it out on my own this time. Who knows? Okay, Callus's case records. 3 years ago, on a rainy night, banquet goers heard 2 gunshots outside the house. When they reached the scene, Callus had a gun in his hands, and Jacques had been shot and slain. Based on the investigations done on Ven, there was no possibility that anyone else could have done the deed and escaped, and Callus was thus adjudged to have been the culprit. Alright. We've got the case record. I was hoping, I kept on joking with people and whatever, or I think I may have joked on stream once or twice, that just like, with the logic stuff that we had in Sumeru, what if we get Ace Attorney here in Fontaine with the whole wall thing and everything? Not that our people weren't making the same joke probably, but still. We really are doing Ace Attorney up in here in Fontaine, and I love it.
It is settled, then. Please excuse me, and enjoy your conversation at your leisure.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus.
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything from us?
Oh, the little kid's outfit is so cute. Someone grumpy.
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
Let's not bother her for now.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time. After what happened, I didn't know how I was supposed to face the two of you.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mura and support. I understood your guilt and apology to be genuine.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of pain that comes with losing a father so needlessly.
You don't understand at all.
Okay.
I didn't know how to face you, because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift. I know only the full truth could bring closure to you, and to all of us.
This kid is like a little sassy, I feel like. Not that I wouldn't be frustrated about my dad being dead because of someone else and their kid showing up trying to say sorry, but it's not her fault.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't have to carry all that guilt. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found our answer already.
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that my father could ever bring himself to shoot Jacques.
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought Mora was everything. So when Mr. Callus came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost immediately. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
They found out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us.
Wait, does that mean someone ordered Jacques to take out Callus?
I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion I eventually came to. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callus had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and after he passed away. Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense. It is impossible for me to hate him for what he had done.
Well, good to hear about at least you people aren't gotten any animosity in between. Maybe the kid does, because she seemed a little grumpy, but that's okay. Kids aren't always gonna understand everything. It's hard to explain some things at that age.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy if he did the right thing? Papa always wanted to be a good man, so why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your Papa was a good man, right?
Yeah, Papa was a really good man. The best in the whole world.
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, then he must have had his reasons. Regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword. He must have done so to give you a better life.
Oh gosh. Genshin, stop making me tear up over here. Why do I not keep a tissue box in my room for this game? Yeesh.
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth. The current state of things is not something I'm willing to just sit back and accept.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear this from you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
You really think so? That's the first time anyone said that to me.
I really need to get tissues up here. I need to get tissues up to my room for these live streams with Genshin stuff, because holy, they know how to make me cry. Oh my gosh, especially since in Sumeru Act 5. Oh boy. Anyway, Jacques' family believes that he had struggled greatly with the order to kill Callus. Did Callus act in self-defense, or was there more to the incident? Alright.
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Clorinde should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city.
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House? Someone got turned into water right in front of us.
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth. And it'll be all the talk for the next several weeks.
Why wouldn't it be? Yeesh, it's crazy.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was raining outside, and we found some clothes left at the scene. After my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen his case. Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callus was feeling pretty upbeat that day. So he was drinking and bantering away with us at the table. After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear 2 gunshots ring out right after?
I'm suspecting you because why would... You're trying to pin him as doing it, it sounds like in a drunken stupor, this crime is why he did it.
My first reaction was that Mr. Callus's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callus was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands. All we could do was look back and forth at each other, not knowing what to say.
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But I've never really bought that explanation.
Or maybe he isn't lying, I don't know. What if Callus shot the like a third person who dissolved, But before they dissolved, that person shot Jacques. Maybe? Maybe? I don't know.
Reason being, Mr. Callus had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene.
Mr. Callus had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. So he didn't have his gun on him. Dang it, that cannot be it then.
But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person.
True, I guess, but...
About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned. Do you think there was a third person there who was turned into water?
It's very possible.
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Maybe he picked it up like, oh my gosh, this person dissolved, what the heck, you know? And I can't explain the 2 gunshots, though. Maybe Callus dodged out of the way of a gunshot? I'm reaching here, aren't I? I don't know. I just want to figure this out before it happens, because I like doing that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callus ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys? But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he share the truth with any of us?
'Cause who would believe that someone dissolved right in front of them unless you saw it with your own eyes, like in a big case like the courthouse?
He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a duel. Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
About that, Malus told me a thing or two. So, I think I can understand why he committed to the duel. I'll tell you everything once the whole truth has been revealed.
I understand. Then, I'll leave Mr. Callus's honor in your hands, boss. And if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callus the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since the day it was invented. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callus, even after so many years have passed. But it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live the life I lead today.
I say he's clean. I say he's not the informant, the mole, whatever you want to say we're looking for. That's my vote. I don't know. What do you guys think?
No matter what others might say, he'll always be the man I respect the most. And he'll always be my boss.
Don't worry. I will definitely find the truth. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as well.
Information regarding Florent. Florent, the advisor of Spina di Rosula, claimed that he was very grateful to Callus for his kindness. He was also present at the banquet on the day of the case and can provide evidence that Callus did not carry a gun with him when he went out.
Everything's in place and they've taken the
What do you think, guys? Guys, I know we haven't heard the other two, but do you think he's sus? Do you think Florent, or whatever, Florent, what, names, do you think he's sus? Do we think he's suspicious? I've given you the side eye, but I think you're clean. That's my opinion. If he isn't clean, he was doing some real sucking up to say that he's my boss and all this and that, you know, which could be possible, but still, he was doing a lot if, you know, that if he really was. So, Terry, that's how you pronounce the name, I'm guessing.
Hey, Thierry, it's me.
Thierry, okay.
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name for yourself at the Opera House.
You sounded sus. What was that little that little like surprise, like actually like not like, oh, happy to see you surprise, but like a oh, I didn't expect it. Oh, this could be bad. This could be bad. I need to run as soon as possible, kind of thing.
Oh, so you've got news of that already.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something wrong.
I'm still... He's either a big red herring, because he seems suspicious as all get out, but he could be a red herring. He could be a red herring, but I'm already suspicious of him.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Let's just say I enjoy the ambiance of Poisson.
Well, it is a cool place, but still, I'm suspicious of you. Petra, I'm gonna get some sleep already after sleeping like horribly for 2 nights. Fingers crossed I'll be able to get some proper sleep tonight. Yeah, hopefully you do. Ooh, Petra, I'm sorry that you're sick, and I'll cross fingers, say some prayer, you know, just hope that you'll get better, 'cause you don't need to be sick. You don't need to be sick, you know, and whatever, just and thank you for the have fun with the stream. Thank you so much. Glad to have you by, Petra. Always nice to have friends around, and just, yeah, hope you get it better soon, and yeah, you need some sleep. Sleep is good to actually get better, so, oh, yeah, hope you, yeah, I can't say much more than that, but have some sweet dreams, hopefully.
Callus did a fantastic job running the town, building Spina di Rosula from the ground up and clearing many obstructions in my way. It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city.
Easy but high-paying. I doubt it. I doubt it. You gotta be getting money on the side from these druggies or whatever.
Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these 2 friends of yours? You, here for some formal business?
Why does that sound like you're about to make a pitch of, look at my trench coat, what do you want? I'm probably looking too much into this, but he's suspicious.
Yes, these 2 are my partners. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Lyney's case and my father's may be related. We're trying to reinvestigate the details of my father's old case.
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? I was also flabbergasted when I first heard of it. If you want to go through the original files from your father's case, I can help you look for them.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question. Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own.
Busted! I think it's him.
Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do was get rid of the mecha serial numbers and send them after me.
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from controlling them. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my Gardamex. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's almost impossible to keep it a secret.
What are you talking about? All you gotta do is scrape on the metal long enough and the serial number's gone, probably.
So I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units. They're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both. Now that you mention it, though, being in the synth business would definitely be profitable enough to afford this.
Or maybe be that extra commission that's like the sister thing to Spina di Rosula that they mentioned before. What do you guys think? I don't know. I still think you're sus.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, thank you for the vote of confidence, Navia. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
Information regarding Thierry. Oh, excuse me. Thierry is the person responsible for the official contact between Spina di Rosula and the guards. According to him, only sufficiently rich can provide... Can't speak. According to him, only the... good lord. According to him, only the sufficiently rich can privately own large numbers of Gardamex. Get your English correct, Bumper. Bumper? Brain. Good lord. Anyway, where are we going? Where are we heading? Down here? Okay, let's go. I want to figure out if it's mystery. I feel like it's these people who are working like their own guild or whatever now after Thierry mentions it, but I'm still suspicious of him. Any opinions, chat? Any opinions? Any thoughts on your part? Unless, of course, you already know, because then you'll be... I just passed it up. Good job. But any ideas on you peeps' part, if you don't already know? Because if you already know, then you'll just be spoiling me. But if you don't know, any guesses?
Hello. How may I help you? I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia's looking for him.
Sure. I will let him know right away.
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure you saw everything too, right?
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
Oh, you were at the Opera House too?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive.
Why, thank you.
To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses of wine.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
I don't think he means it in that sense.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama and theatrics.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that humans can dissolve in water?
Yes, I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
The fact that he already connected it is a little suspicious. I'm watching you, bub.
Oh, and what makes you say that?
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea.
If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you who protected us?
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there.
But it feels like kind of a threat to turn back now, low-key.
If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabrières will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. I'm going to strike while the iron's hot. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my memory. The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
A gunshot? A singular gunshot? It's him, boys. Lock him up.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more. See if there are any valuable clues elsewhere.
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need Mora. All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
I think he's suspicious. I think it's him. Singular gunshot when everyone else has said two. It's gotta be him. Gotta be. Okay, I can't speak. Information regarding Marcel. Marcel is the leader of the Confrérie Cabrières and was the organizer of the banquet years prior. The Confrérie and Spina di Rosula have always maintained a close working relationship. Though his recollection of the events of the case is quite foggy, he is willing to defend Navia. Yeah, like, that's helpful. Whole statement. He's willing to defend Navia. Navia had nothing to do in this case. I guess he's willing to protect her, but still. And hold on, I've got a text. Let me just see this real quick. What's going on? Is this work? No, it's not. Nothing important. Don't worry, peeps. Don't worry, we good.
I have to stifle a smile every time I remember the.
But I think it's Marcel.
When I informed.
Alas, why do these kinds of things happen to the kindest people?
You're bluffing. You're bluffing. You're bluffing. I don't trust you. I don't trust you as far as I can throw you, which is 0 inches because I'm a small thing and I couldn't throw a grown man anywhere. But, Navia, what you thinking? You agree with me? He's sus, Marcel be sus?
We've talked to all 3 suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
Lumine! None of them stood out? Lumine, you're supposed to be smarter than this. Dude said 1 gunshot when everyone else says 2. What's going up on that brain? Obviously 0. 0 going up in Miss Brain. Lights on, nobody home. Oh my gosh. Fine. Yeah, none of them really stood out as a suspect.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out, then my father wouldn't have needed to investigate the case for so many years. Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what we were able to find.
But where should we start?
Jacques' motive.
You're right. Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of circumstance. That makes sense.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he refused, he and his family's lives would have been forfeit.
Probably.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
If it was Jacques, I wouldn't have fired a shot at all.
Oh? And why is that?
Could he guarantee his safety after killing Callus? Could he guarantee his family's safety after killing Callus?
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be of no more use to his boss.
Huh. So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the Order and seek protection from my father.
Seems the third person was the one who derailed everything.
Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory.
What if it's one of our suspects here? Who is the... Well, no, because the third person is dissolved. Never mind.
Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the 3 suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex?
Marcel.
Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him. And they worked together on a large number of projects. Maybe that's how he got to know Jacques. And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex. It's still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, Uncle Marcel has been around since I was just a child. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight his own synth business?
Maybe it was someone else, then. I seriously thought I was onto something, because he said he heard 1 gunshot. Not 2. How is that not it? It's literally just one little thing of text that, if you don't pay enough attention to, you lose. That should have been the obvious clue, in the sense of just like, if you pay enough attention, that's it. But that's one of the best kind of clues that you can do. Just one little slip of the tongue. That if you don't pay enough attention to, it doesn't matter. But if you do, then they're the one. You know it. But I don't know. Terry. I think it's Thierry.
Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible that he's figured out a way to convert the Gardamex for personal use. But I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha. I also don't think he'd be able to keep that kind of tampering under wraps.
Yeah, but he seems sus as all get out. He could just be a red herring, but still...
Yeah, had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the guard's inventory. If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how that happened.
True. Guess it was someone else. It was Florent, the guy I was suspicious of from the very beginning, in a sense, because he was the right-hand man. But I thought that was too obvious of an idea, that the right-hand man was the one who did it. Just like that's how almost everything you would expect goes. Of course the right-hand man would betray someone, but that seems too obvious. Guess it was him, but I think it's Florent.
Florent? It is true that he was closest to my father, and thus had the best chance of learning about his dealings with Jacques. But as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security, so he shouldn't have much means when it comes to finances.
Are we about to say all of them aren't the one? Wait a second. Don't tell me it's Melus. Oh. It's gonna be Melus, isn't it? Oh, please don't I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong.
So you're saying to afford a mecha army?
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to dispatch a whole group so quickly.
Is it all three of them working together, or is it Malus feeding us lies?
Who could it be?
I think... I haven't looked at these. Well, we've got missing information. How can I make something important whenever we're missing information? Water from the primordial sea. The liquid discovered in the Opera House switcheroo case. It has the ability to solve Fontaines in water. Navia believes that this shocking finding has shed new light on her father's case. Yeah, we know. Which of the three suspects is most likely to commit the crime? Let's look at the upper two things. Or let's see. Okay, these are the locations that we found it. Sorry, my brain was... Okay. Heard 2 gunshots. I think it has to be Marcel, because he only heard 1. That's so out of place.
You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is indeed the most suspicious of them all.
I knew it! I said it from the beginning. He has the money. It's like, okay, I didn't say it from the beginning, but just as I said at the beginning of this is sleuthing of talking with Navia, it had to be him. Why did we go around in that roundabout thing? He has the money. He's faking being old for his memory thing. Like, for not being able to recall things. He'll say that later if we confront him about the 1 gunshot. He'll be like, oh, I'm sorry, I probably forgot it was 2. But he heard 1 gunshot. That is so weird.
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these 3, did he?
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. When he laid out his case for the 3, the rationale he gave me made a lot of sense as well. The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us, and possesses significant intellect and foresight.
That also sounds like Malus, kind of. Not specifically the Mecha, but the rest. Is it... I want... Just tell me who it is!
Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
He is someone who's very close to you, after all.
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
The synth production base.
Yes, Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky. But we don't have any other options right now.
Well, just let me go and do it.
We need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Huh? Aren't you the guy from the guards? Did something happen?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left. We've got another trial on our hands.
What?
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials? What's so newsworthy about this one?
Yeah, what? Why are you running to us about a trial? It could be about... What's so important?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
What did he... What did Child do? What'd you do, boy? What the... I ain't gonna hold up for you in court, boy. You've done so many... Child, what'd you do?
What? Is that someone you know?
Yes, very well.
Yeah, we know him. Maybe even a little too well.
Me and Paimon, same brain cell sometimes. It's scary.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. It's absurd, don't you think?
The case is older than he is!
Wait, how? None of our investigations have had anything to do with him.
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away.
He hasn't... If he's the one behind it, that makes no sense! The case is older... And he is. And even if it wasn't, he'd have to be like 3 years old when he started doing this stuff. That doesn't make sense.
If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigations.
Well, we gotta run over there and stop this. As much as I don't want to get Child off the hook because he's done stupid things in other nations, like tried to murder an entire nation, aka Leeway, we need to stop this.
Right. Because they'll think they've already found the culprit.
Yeah. And it'll be a lot harder then to clear Mr. Callus's name.
I understand. Well, partner, what do you think we should do? We still haven't found any conclusive evidence.
We need to go to the courthouse. Stop this. Let's split up.
Huh? Split up? What do you mean?
You can go to the Arrhenius. You can go to Arrhenius while I'll go investigate that place. I'm confident in my combat abilities.
Just as expected of my partner.
See, this is what I've been suggesting all along. Let me go and do it. It won't put any danger on you. It'll be fine.
Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, the culprit's attention will be focused on Arrhenius, leaving his home base wide open. You're right. This is our best opportunity. All right then, let's do this. I'll stall them at the Opera House and charge Marcel as the true culprit. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you to make it back in time and hand the decisive evidence to me.
Leave it to me.
We'll help you, just like you helped us in Lyney's trial.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malou, Silver. When did you two get here?
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that you might require our assistance. It's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered with the two of us by your side.
With everything in this region being a mystery and everything, I'm suspicious about these two, that they just randomly showed up, but they could just be two really good bodyguards. I'm just gonna go with that.
Thank you so much. Then, let's make haste for Arrhenius. Paimon, Traveler, I'll see you at the Opera House.
See you then!
Combining the information regarding the Gardamex and investigation results so far, it can be concluded that there's only one person who could have a large number of Gardamex in his possession and run the synth business without leaving traces. This person is none other than Marcel.
Now that Navia has set out for Arrhenius, we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over.
Well?
According to Malusa's info, the synth production base is underwater.
Oh.
Let's go and try to find the entrance.
Secret evil base that is underwater. How cool. But, just like... it makes sense that it was as Marcel. It makes sense. Wait, that's not what I'm going for. Where's the entrance? Oh, over there. Right where the thing is.
Finally found it. Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base. It sure doesn't seem out of the ordinary at all.
It's so cute. Just cute to see them just like floating underwater like that. Well, they don't want to stand out. Oh, but I'm sure what we'll find inside will be extraordinary.
You're right. An important place like this is bound to have a ton of protective measures and mechanisms. Navia's probably arguing up a storm right now to stall for us.
Oh, we're gonna get to see a cut over to her? Okay, let's see what's going on. Let's see the dishing. Let's see the court ruling.
It would appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name. Is that right? In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Clorinde, right?
He's gonna accept the charges, so that he can get that bloodlust of his out of his system. Oh my gosh, boy, stop it! Stop it! I hate you, but you're funny. Stop it.
I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointing.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a major case. This isn't the place for you to be looking for fights.
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
No. That's not what I meant.
I feel like, honestly, she might be pretty weak in the sense of power of, like, canon Archons. Not, like, of course, like, in, like, power level of when she's a playable character, but, like, in power level of Archons, probably pretty close to Venti.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly, and we have made very little progress. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial is to determine the culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
That case had nothing to do with him. You've got the wrong man.
Huh? What's going on? Why is she interjecting again?
She was right last time! What are you going on about? Let her speak! Let the woman speak!
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui Harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time because you were able to provide the court with a key eyewitness. But that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with contempt of court for your interjections.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theatrics? We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default, correct?
Well, of course, that's how law works, or at least I'd hope that's how law works, unless he's colluding somehow, which he probably isn't, because this case is older than he is.
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and procedures anyway, so I'll take you up on that offer. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge instead?
That person is...
Why do I have to do it? We know who it is.
Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
Who cares what you think?
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's sister organization?
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Woman, shut up. This isn't... I hate that they are taking something that is supposed to be serious, that is real for at least them. Of course for us this is fictional, but for them this is real, and this is a literal court case. It is not something to be like oh my gosh, what a dramatic. Oh, let's see how this goes next and whatever. Nah. Shut up.
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to the charge also means taking on the legal responsibilities associated with it. And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation. Knowing this, do you still wish to charge this man?
Yes, I do.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court. Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may stand trial. Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney. Is that correct?
Wait, what? He's not asking for an attorney?
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I still haven't figured out what's going on. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between me and Navia.
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia, please present your charges.
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of Callus the Unfaithful. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the dots for the serial disappearances case.
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who killed your father? Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember, both you and I only ran to the scene when we heard the sound of a gun. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big picture yet. Even I'm struggling to remember some details of that case.
Well, the case is 3 years old, so honestly, I can't blame her, but still. Do your job, Furina.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage. On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabrières.
Why are we seeing Florence right there?
During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques, lay dead from a gunshot wound. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life. The suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, he chose to prove his innocence through a duel.
Is that her dad? Is that Navia's dad? Dang, he cute. Sorry. I am sorry, but I have perpetual husbando brain, so if I see someone who's decently attractive, my brain instantly like, hey, how you doing, hon? I apologize. Serious time.
Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clorinde in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed to the injuries. These are the known facts about the case.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason to pull the trigger. In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun from him. After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all traces of him from the scene. Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guard's conclusion appeared quite sensible to us at the time. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water from the primordial sea.
So now I have to play as Navia. Okay.
This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for Callus to wrestle the gun from him and kill him instead.
Okay. Okay, what is the last loophole?
Something's not right.
What am I missing here? I thought it would be that. Water from the primordial sea, maybe? No? Maybe there? There we go.
A pile of clothing was found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by Jacques as a costume to disguise himself. But now, it is clear that the clothes were proof that there was a third person at the scene, and that they were turned into water after committing the murder. Since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all traces of their dissolved accomplice.
Okay, there's still more? What? Oh, the shoot mate thing. Or over here, maybe? No? Over here? There.
The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Callus when he set out for the banquet. However, in the end he reconsidered, and instead shared everything with Callus, hoping to seek the latter's protection. Unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility, and had sent out another assassin. Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder. This is the true version of events.
So, that's... Is that Callus? Or... Yeah, that's Callus. Not Callus, sorry. That's Jacques. Bleh, confusing names. Anyways, he looks so young for that time to have a family... To have had a kid and whatever. But I guess it was only a few years ago. Gosh darn it, Callus is attractive. Holy... Look at the bottom left. Hello. I'm sorry, but... Attractive dude. Hello. There we go.
Ah, so that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all these years?
Yep, it's synth.
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't shoot each other after all.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish to prove your innocence.
Ah, but I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, we primarily need to determine two things. One, do you have the evidence to back up your claims?
I'm afraid not. At least not at this very moment.
Boo! If you don't have any evidence, you should just go home.
Can I slap this woman?
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time, regardless of age or gender.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative direction.
Why do I feel like Furina's acting a little differently today?
Maybe it's because she senses this is a real thing that needs to be fixed or something. I don't know.
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Well, you did work with us, with Lumine, so maybe...
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last trial.
True.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you described, then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been dissolved, he could have at least mounted a defense.
Who would believe him that someone would dissolve?
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearances case. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial disappearances case.
What? If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood to lose our lives. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we were in the right. But what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone?
She's doing really good at defending herself in this court case. She's really fought this out. Either that or she's extremely five-headed. Like, good lord, she's smart.
Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no reason to exist. But by staying silent, we retain the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow and learn. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot, and restore my father's truth and honor back to him.
Well, what do you say about that, Neuvillette?
So, you mean to say, your father intended to die in the duelist's ring?
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Clorinde!
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent, Clorinde.
Clorinde, sorry.
I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my sake. But since he entrusted his will to you, Clorinde, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So, during the duel, did you believe that Callus was intending to die?
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate, and some even manic and twisted. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never intended to leave the ring alive.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears there really are good grounds to reopen this case.
Are we ever gonna get back to Lumine so that I can maybe beat up some peeps? Because we didn't, I don't even think we, if I think back, I don't even think we did beat anyone up in the first quest, which is kind of an oddity.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial disappearances case.
Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of beside the point.
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearances case?
Why does no one pit the two things together? Serial disappearances case is linked to the primordial sea. Primordial seawater linked to her father's case. Do people have brain cells?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And at the end of Lyney's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
Oh, that was the link.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia. It's one of your most endearing traits.
Don't brush this off, she's a woman!
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both events? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
Know what she can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations, until I'm the only one left on the list. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah well, let Uncle Marcel teach you another lesson. Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna tell me anyways.
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high-risk action with nothing to gain.
Okay, so... There was already plenty of things with no motive recently. What's your point? Dude, like... That doesn't free you of anything. I know innocent until proven guilty is what I want, but still, Dude.
In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage.
Okay, in addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage.
But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
Drat. Are we for sure? Are we for sure that you stepped in Fontaine when we think you did? I don't know. What are we gonna... Doesn't help that I'm having to try and read text from work at the same time as doing this. Life of being a news reporter. Always gotta read stupid texts.
I do apologize, demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he had come prepared.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case of the serial disappearances? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time.
Wait, you're from Snezhnaya? My brain just clicked. Fatui! Fatui. Well, wait, no, that wouldn't make sense. Because then why would he let child go under the bus? I don't... brain rotting over here.
Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
Seems like she got the wrong guy. At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now?
What? Am I missing something? What are you talking about? What you talking about, boy?
He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious, instead of dwelling only on your own feelings.
Where'd that come from? What?
Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met most of his expectations.
This isn't just about me, and it never has been. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth, while that same agency has long been taken from them. The people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice. Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. I'm sure some are coming to those of you in the audience as well. And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vacher?
Huh.
It is him! Lock him up! Lock him up! Lock him up!
Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Wait, what? Did she catch him? What did he say wrong? What did he say wrong? I'm confused. What did he say wrong? I seriously don't get what. Hold on 2 seconds. I've got a text. Okay, sorry, just had to reply to a text from work. Can people stop texting me? What now? Oh, never mind. Nothing for me to freak out about. Sorry. Anyway, let's start swimming. I'm sorry for that prolonged silence. I just work likes to bug me at the worst times. Party setup? Oh, never mind. I don't need butt. We're good.
Gather.
All right, Gardamek, let's beat your butts. I don't know what I'm doing, but something. Oh.
The floor is going up.
I didn't miss anything, didn't I?
Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy
I think we're
really
good.
prepared a lot of stuff for this place.
Whoever that guy is, but whatever. Oh, chest. Let's make sure there's nothing hiding in here, because I don't want to miss out on any rewards. Nope, we're good. Charge. Let's go. Whoa. Pretty. I like it.
Paimon thinks we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
I'm okay. Hidden mechanism. Over there, perhaps? Aha. Use you to smash into the wall. Will he maybe open this door up? Yes? No? What's going on? Oh, that's fancy. Oh gosh, it's the water temple from Ocarina of Time. No! Well, at least we don't have to worry about iron boots.
Now we can swim to the top. But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
Am I missing anything? Doesn't look like I'm missing any chests or anything. Good. Because I need all the primo gems I can get it for Risley and Neuvillette. Because I want both of those boys.
Solidify!
By royal
Cascade!
Nice and spicy.
Nice. Let's see. Over here. What we got? Door opener. Very fancy. Oh, no, it's not a door opener. It's a water level raiser. Even more special. Thank goodness video games have outgrown stupid puzzles like the Ocarina of Time water temple. Hoo boy. That was... I've never played that, but I've definitely seen people play through that. And just like, oh gosh, it's such a pain in the butt. Like, it's a pain in the butt even for the people watching who love watching, like, puzzly dungeon crawling like that. Why can't we have a house like this in the teapot that has all these fancy, aquariums? That would be so cool. They need to make the next teapot, design be underwater. That would be cool. Probably not very practical, but I want it still. Showing off much, Hoyo, with your animation capabilities.
Gather.
Huzzah! No, I... Maybe let's pop this off.
Be still.
Nice. Anything that I'm missing? Keep on going. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I want to continue this mystery and prove that idiot is lying. 'Cause he's lying. He's lying.
After all that, we finally made it to the innermost sanctum. Though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here.
If I'm not mistaken, he's being charged by Navia as we speak.
That's right. Then let's hurry up and find some evidence so we can get back to the Opera House and help Navia. What's all this? Aw, it's a bunch of really cute things. Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box.
What? There's a name, too.
Oh, Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute things labeled with different girls' names?
They would probably belong to the victims.
Huh? You mean the girls from the serial disappearances? They were brought here? And then they were turned into water. And all the boxes of things. These names. That means... Oh, this is terrible.
Missing persons' possessions. You discovered objects within the containers labeled with names of those who own them within the depths of the HQ. The names here must have something to do with the victims in the serial disappearances case. This might be proof that this was their final stop.
What's written here? Nothing escapes Detective Paimon's eyes. Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation report on him.
It's probably related to his and Jacques' case.
Yep. It's about finding someone to assassinate Jacques and Callus because of a lack of confidence that Jacques himself would go through with it. This should prove the existence of the third person, right?
Is there anything else?
We still have not determined the exact content of the key information Callus has passed on to certain members of his organization. The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the promise he's made to us, he will still have the upper hand. He can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. The only option left is to remove him from the picture entirely. I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war as long as we don't touch Navia. Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups.
They planned this well in advance.
They're all just so evil.
Callus's investigation report. Clues concerning the Callus case that were found inside the bookshelf. The mastermind did not believe that Jacques would do the deed, and thus sent a third party to ensure Callus's death. The content that followed also defined the culprit's motive to some extent. What is this?
Oh, look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water.
That must be the water from the primordial sea.
That means this is where they make all the synth. And that special water is the main ingredient. If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth. But the pure stuff can dissolve a human. Paimon will take notes on this incriminating evidence.
Primordial seawater pool. The pool found within the HQ is filled with water from the primordial sea. The mastermind can use this to create synth and directly to use it to dissolve people. They really shouldn't have messed with Navia, you know? Seriously.
Whoa! There's so much synth here! And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the waters of the primordial sea.
There are so many.
Mixing in progress. Ready to drink? Stock sample? Huh. They've also got all the synth pretty clearly labeled. Whoa! There's even fruit-flavored synth?
Well, that definitely proves that this is where they produce synth.
Yep, it's super obvious.
Synth, a popular potion circulating quite widely. It gives the drinker a very pleasant experience for a short time, but its side effects are equally strong. The producer uses these special characteristics to earn a massive profit from its trade. What is my phone going off about again? Good lord. Can people stop texting me while I'm trying to stream? Thank you for giving me the time I need, people, to get it, finish this before I get to work.
What's this over here? Looks like some kind of place for research. Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea and use his theory as a foundation to achieve a breakthrough. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female specimens 22, 23, and 24 were dissolved.
Hey! A lot of people dying. Calm down, Paimon. I'm sorry that you had to read something that's honestly kind of terrifying, but please be okay.
Sorry, Traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's just that Paimon's never read something so scary before. How could someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact tone?
Because they think they're scientists.
You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going.
The goal of the researcher is to save his lover, a woman called Vigneri, who was dissolved.
So that's why he did all of these experiments.
To see if he could bring her back.
Wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane!
There's another name here, Vache.
Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case.
No, he is the researcher.
then Vacher is the one who did all of these... experiments?
Yes, he signed off on a bunch of the experiment reports. The voice I heard from the fountain was probably from Vignere. So he accidentally dissolved his wife, I'm guessing. And so he went mad trying to bring her back by doing it to a bunch of other people, hoping that maybe he could find the solution. How wonderful!
So that's it! Vacher was no victim, but personally took his lover and... No, that's not it either! If that's the case, why would he want people to resurface from the water?
There must be more to this than meets the eye.
In any case, Paimon will write it all down.
Vacher's experimental records. Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea and uses Fury as a foundation to achieve a breakthrough. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female specimens 22, 23, and 24 were dissolved.
We've looked at almost everything here, and it seems like our theories were spot on, but...
Who really is this Vacher?
Yeah, we haven't found anything that reveals his true identity. No wonder even Neuvillette wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is probably destroyed everything to do with that name a long time ago. That way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit.
Clever, but it may not be clever enough. Let's look again.
Sure thing. Paimon won't admit defeat to this guy either. You take that side and Paimon will take this side. Check everything carefully. We'll find something for sure. Nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either.
Yeah, don't eat any snacks from here. We don't want it to end up being synth-infused. Paimon, I found it.
Whoa, really? What Paimon see? Freminet. Isn't that Vacher's lover's name? Then you found her diary. Let's see. Aw. It's just a normal diary chronicling their love story. She was so sweet, too. Oh, Paimon feels even worse for her now.
Take a look at this page. She made a list of baby names. Oh, I can't read those.
So many. A whole page's worth. But they're all crossed out. Was she unhappy with all of them?
There was one more that was circled.
The final name she decided on was Marcel.
Oh, who lives in a pineapple under the sea? Sorry. Well, we found out that Marcel's these two wackos' kid.
Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for so long that he's Vacher and Vignere's grown son?
I figured it out. Let's go, Paimon.
Hey! Paimon still hasn't figured it out yet.
I haven't either, but I guess Lumine did. Vignere's notebook. A notebook belonging to a lady named Vignere. She recorded many stories of her time with her lover Vacher. On one of these pages, she prepared many names for their future child, and the name she settled on in the end was Marcel. Get back and clear Tartaglia's name. Not that I wanted to be cleared.
And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vacher?
Huh.
Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Navia! We're back!
expected of my partner. I just knew you'd return in the nick of time.
Just how often do you intend to flout the rules of this court?
Neuvillette, please understand. We're trying to make sure that justice is upheld.
It's all right, Monsieur Neuvillette. Given their confidence, I expect they've found the crucial evidence.
You say you've never heard the name of Vacher. The Notebook.
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vacher.
Wait, what?
Huh?
What?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything.
What? That's not. He's the kid of Vacher, not. What?
After your lover, Venier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you. You even created Marcel as a new identity and destroyed all records of your past as Vacher.
Wait, what?
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far. And with that, Marcel's motive has now been established.
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing defense.
So, did he use what was expected to be his kid's name as a new fake name? That's weird.
Well, Marcel, do you know where you went wrong? You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around you. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial will move on to the next stage.
Do you really think I wanted to do any of this? Pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve right in front of your eyes? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officers from the Maison Gardiennage were laughing at me. They said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vinier's death was brushed away by all of you as if it didn't matter at all. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, it's too late now. All those who were dissolved are gone forever. You only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice, your beloved drama, while turning a blind eye to the suffering of the people.
Maybe people actually realize if this whole drama thing is stupid now.
Venier is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, I will follow. But I'm not from this blasted place, so I can't be dissolved. No matter what I do.
Ouch. That's not how you deal with things, brother, but you're making me sad.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Can't dissolve!
And he's going mad because of probably side effects of synth kind of thing.
Do you all see? I can't go! I can't follow! So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have but to try to bring her back? I did all of that, and in the end, that accursed Callus still got the better of me. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very end.
Good lord. You need to get over your grief, brother.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please restrain him.
Don't touch me!
Don't anybody come near me. I still need to save Lynette. I promise. We made a promise.
I'd back off because he might jump.
Lynette. Lynette. Please, Lynette. Don't think badly of me. All I want to do is fulfill our promise.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no longer have any basis.
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty good.
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review and summarize the truth behind the serial disappearances case. The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher, and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover, Vinière. During an underwater expedition, Vinière accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea, and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others, and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vinière back to life.
This dude's insane.
To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel, and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria, and began to manufacture and market synth.
Probably gave those feelings because it's literally deteriorating you from the inside, and you're probably messing up your nerve and brain cell little structure.
However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with Spina di Rosula. After exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate their president, Callus, at a banquet. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Lyney as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method.
That's not what he did in the show.
However, his attempt to frame Lyney failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vacher's machinations that he was eventually successfully charged in court. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case, with the truth revealed to all.
Why are there kids here?
The Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vacher.
Star rail, boy. Give me a 5-star. 5 whatever. I don't know. I haven't played the game. I just know that animation pretty well.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Vacher is guilty.
Guards! Take Vacher away.
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the serial disappearances case is over now.
Hopefully, it actually is.
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
Yippee! We helped Navia bring the bad guy to justice! He's hurt so many innocent people, and now he's finally getting what he deserves. Huh? Are you okay?
Navia, you're probably overwhelmed with a lot of emotions right now.
Demoiselle, you were absolutely brilliant.
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come. You can rest easy now, knowing justice has been served.
Yeah. Yeah. It's finally over. It's all thanks to you guys. And my partner.
Question, do you think... Navia, are you withholding something? Do you think there's more to this than I'm seeing?
See, Papa? Spina di Rosula's still doing well with me at the helm.
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, and it's a big ol' happy ending. Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business to attend to. So, if you'll excuse me...
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
What's going on?
What now? None of this has anything to do with me.
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before the trial can conclude.
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me to exit stage left?
He knows he's a side character in this story.
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This has always been the rule.
Or at least, you know, for this probably area. I have a feeling while he might eventually have some big things pop up, I don't know if in the Fontaine chapter, I don't know if he'll have any importance.
Alright, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right? Let's just get this over with.
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection to the serial disappearances case. The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia is innocent of the charges. We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
What?
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Tartaglia is guilty.
What? Okay, he may be guilty for other things in other nations, but he did nothing here. And you can't charge him on things done in other nations. What? What?
Hey! That's not funny. Didn't you just say I'm supposed to be innocent? What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice actually returned a different verdict from the Chief Justice.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the Oratrice might have just convicted him on general principle?
But you can't judge him on things that are from another land. You can't try someone in a different land unless it is by permission of the other land where the crime was committed, at least as far as I'm aware.
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the verdict in this case, right?
What is going on here?
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale is, by law, the final verdict of the court. We must accept the guilty verdict.
Neuvillette? I think you just went on my I don't like you list, unless you just realize that this is crud.
Guards, please take the suspect into custody per court protocol.
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
Get them, kick their butts, they're stupid. Fontaine deserves it, their justice system is corrupt and prove them wrong. Neuvillette, what did you do?
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Oh, does he have a cut on his face? Oh! Or is that his own, not his own blood?
Hey, Monsieur Neuvillette, what's going on? Shouldn't
am flip-flopping on whether I like you or not. You are hurting my bones, mister. Just like, what? What is going on? I thought you were some nice guy who really upheld justice. But this ain't justice. He did nothing wrong. Throw that mechanic-y Soratrice de Cardinal, whatever the hecky doodah it is, into the trash. 'Cause it obviously is not correct. This case started before this man was even born. And even if I am somewhat off, he would have to have been like a child. Like a literal, and I'm not talking about his nickname is child, I'm talking about an actual, like probably toddler or no older than like 7 at the absolute most. If I had to guess. This man is no over the age of 30. So, what even? What even?
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of Fontaine's court system, the Oratrice's judgment is the final verdict of the court.
Mister, look me in the eye and tell you if that thing doesn't need to be thrown in the trash.
All I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
If even the Chief Justice doesn't know, then we have no choice but to ask the Archon herself what the heck is going on.
Why are you looking at me? I had nothing to do with it!
You sound sus as all get out, Missy.
I don't know what happened there either. Hey, stop staring at me!
What does Lady Furina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either, but that's impossible. Didn't she create the Oratrice herself?
Did you change the verdict to make drama, Missy?
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this really be called justice?
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be handed out in this court? Did you really believe that the judgment could be mistaken or be the result of some sort of random mishap?
Yes.
Don't tell me. You thought even I had been blindsided by the Oratrice's result.
You sure look like you were.
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious she had no idea what was going on.
Did no one else hear her screaming about how, "Don't look at me, I don't know what's going on"?
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that just took place, including my supposed shock and bafflement, was a part of an elaborate performance, with every action meant to stir up drama and excitement.
Sure. I hate this woman. I will never pull for her no matter how OP she is.
And, of course, for every performance there is a script. Everything has unfolded exactly as I expected from the very beginning. As the embodiment of the very concept of justice, the Oratrice shall never render an arbitrary judgment!
And I thought I disliked Venti. At least Venti has some sort of sense of morals, unlike this woman.
If you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, it is only because you've been blinded by the superficial appearance of innocence.
Use your brain cells. This case is older than him.
Everything he's done, not to mention the danger he poses, are beyond ordinary comprehension and completely unforgivable.
Are you just doing this because you're afraid of the Fatui, maybe? I need the next chapter of this story immediately. Please give me some sort of, at least, theorization point, please, before this ends.
All shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand my noble intentions, as well as the absolute correctness of the Oratrice's verdict.
Can someone slap this woman and put her in timeout? Because children who are misbehaving need to go in timeout. Yes, you heard that, Burn.
Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time for this performance to end. As the lead actress, I shall be the first to take my leave. Toodaloo!
Yeah, get out of my sight, woman.
So she chose to make her escape after all, did she?
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into what she just said?
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea.
Well, at least you're being honest about that and smart and... I guess I can understand the rule following because you are the Chief Justice, but at the same time, I thought you were on our side, the people's side, the sensible side. That wouldn't whack Tartaglia. Because he's guilty of a lot of things. But this case ain't it. And you can't charge him on things that are from cases of other nations. If they had an arrest warrant from the other nation and like a bounty or something, and you found him, sure, try him by all means, you know, here, or if you have permission, or take him over to the other country, you know, and let them do the job, like leeway. But if you don't have permission and you don't, so he's done nothing wrong. It's literally impossible. This case is older than he is, unless he jumped in halfway through, which I highly doubt. Because I don't think this man would want to go against Miss What's-her-name? What's her name? Arlecchino. Oh, that lady. The knave, father, whatever, House of Hearth lady. Lady with the X eyes. He said that he does not like her, and that he would not want to go up against her, if I remember correctly, in his voice lines. And she has been on record, at least from Lyney and Lynette, unless she is lying, that she wants to save Fontaine. So why would he dare at least even continue with, if he was ever part of this scheme, do this? What anyway, way to pull the rug out from under her. Thank you for doing that, because she's a mouthing off her handful. Want to smack her across the face 20 times with a fish.
However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, if the judgment has been incorrect, we will do our utmost to clear his name.
Alright. Even though we feel pretty badly for him, we'll take your word for it for now. After all, he's done plenty of bad stuff, so he should have known he'd go to prison someday, right?
Yeah, but you can't try someone in a different nation for something that they haven't done there. Brava, please do the right things. Please do the right things. I'm gonna trust you. I'm gonna trust you. I'm gonna trust you. You shouldn't have smacked him, but I'm gonna trust you. At least you probably protected people from possibly getting hurt by flying shrapnel, so you know what? I'll look past it. But get this right, please. I am begging you. Do not go against my trust again. I like you. I am willing to pull for you if you do not go against for my trust again. Oh, what am I kidding? I would pull for every male harbinger except for Tartaglia. I would still pull for him even if he did bad things. He's attractive. I can't help it. Anyway, Neuvillette, I trust you. Please make sure that I like you as well as being attractive. Can we do that? Can we do that? Oh, thank you.
Oh, Monsieur Neuvillette! That power you showed when you took him down. Who are you really?
I'm the Chief Justice of Fontaine, of course. If officers of the law lack the strength and capability to enforce it, then it makes a mockery of justice.
But you're not an officer, you're just someone who carries out the intellectual part. Good lord, he's attractive. Oh my gosh. Anyway, where do I need to go? Guess I need to leave. People, use your brain cells and don't listen to that stupid woman. AKA Furina.
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
What?
Marcel! What are you doing over here?
Stop resisting arrest! Cease, or we'll add another charge to the list.
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vacher?
In the fountain.
I erased all records of that name. So, unless...
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Yes, I met her.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be? How did you manage to do it?
It was around the Fountain of Lucine. Something to do with my sensitivity to the hydro element.
The Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been so close to me all along. And I just never... Please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time. This is the last request I'll ever make in my life. You can do whatever you want to me afterwards. I don't care.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers get to make requests like that?
Paimon agrees. Why should we give him what he wants when he's only done a ton of super terrible things?
He's going to jail. Who cares at this point? Just let him do it.
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more than my life.
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to live just to satisfy spiritual needs?
I'm sorry, what did you mean by humans just now? You ain't human for sure. I've been suspicious of you for a while, especially since rumors on the internet, but you have just confirmed you are not human. By saying, humans, they are whack.
Very well. I will grant your request.
Your Honor, I fear that...
I will go with him. You do not need to worry about any escape.
In that case, I shall leave him in your most capable hands, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, let's see how this works out, and... You people! If you can still hear me, don't listen to your stupid Hydro Archon. You need a usurper and get a new one in, because yours is dumb. Off with the head. Whatever it takes. Get her out. Get her out. New Hydro Archon. You know, it would be cool if we saw a new Archon actually get put in place. I know we kind of saw that with Nahida, but literally, like, see a new Archon be put into place. See how that works. You know? Well, let's get the guy what he wants.
this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Back then, I drank water from the primordial sea. It heightened my sensitivity to the hydro element.
Yeah, and even Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing. Didn't you just drink a lot of it on the stage as well? Oh, in that case...
Vache!
Ah!
Yes, that's it! So you heard it too!
Vinier, it's me! It's me, Vache!
Vache? Vache?
I'm here! I'm here! Where are you, Vinier? I'm coming for you. I'm finally here for you.
Hey, wait! Be careful! Hey, wait!
Is he gonna fall in?
Vinier, is that you? It's me, Vache! Vinier!
Did he, like, disappear like I did or something? Or, well, I passed out, but...
Vache? Why did you come? Didn't I say? You don't need to look for me.
Oh, we forgot to tell him.
You look a lot older than I remember. How long has it been?
It's been more than 20 years. I've suffered for over 20 years since the day you left. All this time, only the thought of bringing you back has kept me alive. Nothing else mattered to me.
So, this case is somewhere between 20 to 30 years old. At least 20, no more than 30, obviously. No more than 29, sorry. So Tartaglia couldn't have done it, because I don't think he's that old, and even if he... I don't think he's, like, in his, like, 40s or something, because that would be the only realistic thing. Maybe at absolute least mid-30s to do something like this. And even if he was alive around then, he would have had to been, like, 10 years old to start doing this stuff. He would have had to come in at the far end if he's like, and just joined it randomly. I feel like Marcel would have been like, "You're coming with me, bub," you know, like, and bratted him out, but I guess maybe, I don't know.
I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the chance to tell you all of my feelings like this? Vinier, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live without you.
But Vache, if you ask me, this world would be better off without you.
What?
What are you saying?
If not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably become a top-tier attorney one day.
What?
If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts, and my works would have been displayed in the Palais Mermonia itself. If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. And she would not have grown old and died alone, with nothing but the tears on her cheeks.
Well, this is not great.
It's all because of your selfishness, Vache. It's all because of you.
Is he just seeing us as and this isn't actually what she would have been like? But maybe it is. I don't know.
Wait, you are not Vinier. Who are you?
You're right. I am not Vinier. I am the sacrifices. Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed back to the primordial sea. Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea, and we were no longer individuals, but we became one, just as streams of water come together in the sea.
Huh.
I'm Cressy. I'm Lemonade. I'm Azine. The only one I am not is Vinier.
Why? But then, where is Vinier?
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness is avoiding you.
Huh. So, she really didn't want him to come and see her. Maybe because she knew. I don't know.
This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. You said time and time again that you'd do any and everything for her. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? If she would despise you for what you became? You are a liar, a heartless murderer, and a cowardly narcissist. The only thing you are not is Vigniere's beloved. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vigniere's, she has had nothing but pure hatred for you.
Ouch. Looks like it did. It looks like I didn't meet Vigniere back then either. They must have wanted me to lure Marcel here from the very beginning. They wanted me to, they wanted me to bring him here to torture him or something. Oh, dang. Wow, dang, I just had the greatest nap. Left stream open in the meantime. Gotcha. But did they really just lure him here just to torture him? Wow.
No. Yeah. She can't hate me. Let me see her. Please. Have mercy.
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, that came from the real Vigniere. She really doesn't want to see you anymore. But on top of that, she also said that because it's her final drop of pity for you. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you.
I think you're gonna die.
Vache. 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 Drown.
Is he gonna fall in the pond? What did that just say? He appeared to die from a massive fright? He lost his soul? What?
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Shopping is stressful in its own way, though, and my legs are killing me.
Well met, partner. I knew something great was going to happen when I woke up in such a good mood today.
What do you tell how glad I woke up for the ending? Man lost his soul. Yup, looks like it.
Even this weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle's mood.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Nice to see you, good Sir Silver and Melouse.
Oh, hey, Navia! It's been a few days. Paimon's already started to miss you.
Oh, now that I believe. I'm easy to work with and always bring home the bacon. Who wouldn't treasure having a partner like me?
Sounds like you're really enjoying life these days, Navia. What have you been busy with since the trial?
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making non-stop trips between Poisson and the court since then. Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. We never held a memorial when he first died, since everyone knew that even if we held one back then, no one was going to come.
Oh, that's sad.
This time, though, everyone in Poisson, and even many people from the court, all attended.
So his name's definitely been cleared now. That's what we like to hear.
Yep, glad to hear that.
It's been the dearest wish of Demoiselle all along.
That blasted stubborn fool. I was right to put my faith in him. I'm so glad I didn't give up on the case all those years ago.
I'm glad you didn't either, Navia. Things turned out as well as they could have.
Oh, By the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorial service. Well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew she would be there, and there was no way she'd just let me go.
Huh? So you know Charlotte too? The Charlotte? Journalist from the Steambird?
Yeah, way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, she was all over me. Wouldn't take no for an answer.
Well, why wouldn't she? She's a reporter. Gotta do what you gotta do. I know that.
I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness. Secret Tales of the Yellow Rose.
Hey, Charlotte! She's nice. What you doing?
To be fair, though, it was a really flattering feature. So, we've been on pretty good terms ever since.
Ah, I see. Clickbait title to get people to read the real truth. I like it.
She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on the serial disappearances case.
Oh yeah, she told us about that. She's always been super interested in that case, so now her wishes finally come true too.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera house with the critical evidence, that you both sound really cool.
Why, thank you, Navia.
Now that's another thing to look forward to. We trust Charlotte's skills with a pen for sure.
Oh, and in other news, I also took Clorinde out for a meal.
Oh, are you two on better terms now?
While you were investigating Vaché's headquarters, Clorinde gave testimony on my father's behalf. It was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean, there's also no point in being awkward all the time, so we took the chance to reconcile with each other.
So how in the world do you... I don't care... If it was me in this situation, I don't care if that's her job to be a champion duelist and just do what she do, but... I wouldn't be able to let go of it that easily. Just like, that kind of violence isn't needed. And like, it's just my personal belief, but we shouldn't get to choose where people die. I don't care what kind of crime they've done. I don't care what kind of honor you want to uphold. I don't care what kind of problems you got with people or whatever you want. You do not have the right to take someone's life away. I don't care who it is, what horrible things they've done. No one deserves to die. You don't get that choice. That's not in our hands. Nope.
Oh, that's great. Paimon also thought Clorinde wasn't actually a bad person. It's always good to have more friends.
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved, perhaps it will slowly begin to fade from the public consciousness.
Maybe. I don't know. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Oh, actually, there's still one last thing I need to do.
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave and tell him the truth of what happened, as well as how it all ended. And on top of that, just how much people still look up to him to this day. That includes me, too.
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
Can I come too?
We want to go too. We also think Callus is a really admirable person.
Gotta pay respects to the man who came pretty close to getting this solved, and if it wasn't for him, we at least wouldn't have had the starting point.
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with me. After all, without you, there might not have been such a positive ending.
And in that case, everyone, let's be off. Considering the recent weather, we'll be lucky if we can reach Poisson before dark.
Yeah, you're right. It's been raining non-stop for a few days now.
Sheesh. That's a lot of rain. A lot of rain.
This is where my father's grave is. To be perfectly honest, even I haven't been back here for a long time.
Huh? There's someone there already. Wait. That figure. It can't be... Isn't that Neuvillette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Navia?
Is he coming to say sorry?
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay my respects.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was trying to say there's no need for you to apologize. I wanted to show my father how much I've grown, but still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel compelled to apologize to me over and over.
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
You really could use some pointers on understanding human emotions, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Does she know he's not human either? Because first he's just like, humans are weird, and then she's like, you don't understand humans, and it's just like, okay, so he isn't human. He definitely isn't. He's called it out, and she called it out. He ain't human.
In any case, why did you come to Poisson?
Well, ever since that day, I've been turning a question over and over in my head. Just what is justice anyway? There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct of living things. That they could rebel against their own nature, or consider certain things to be more important than their own lives. Which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel.
Oh.
I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, should have been nothing more important than one's own continued survival. But Mr. Callus proved me utterly and decisively wrong. If not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained unsolved to this day. Mr. Callus made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many people completely unrelated to him. And in the end, from a certain perspective, one could say that he did it all for the sake of justice. A justice that's higher than life itself.
Gosh, he sounds like he's gonna cry, and now he's gonna make me cry.
So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callus in person. I should have noticed all of this much sooner. This regret has filled me with a sadness that has haunted me for days. That high and mighty chair in the Opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work and perseverance.
I'm sorry for being mad at you before. So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but pretty thoughtful on the inside, huh? That reminds me of Silver, one of my guys.
True, very true. No wonder I got a crush on both of these boys. They got the same attitude.
Sorry about that. Self-expression is not one of my strong suits.
Didn't I just say you don't need to apologize?
Ah, so Navia and Neuvillette seem to have made their peace as well. Let's not disturb them for now. We can wait till after they're done. Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Did Paimon do anything rude there?
Well, you're not usually supposed to fly around someone's grave.
Huh? Oh, Paimon didn't know that was a thing. But Paimon doesn't know what she would do if she can't fly. Oh no. Paimon hopes Miss Navia won't be too mad.
Wow, she took it seriously. Cute little munchkin Paimon.
Anyway, Neuvillette is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like this, so why don't we go talk to him for a bit? If we can't talk to Lady Furina, we can at least talk to him, right?
True. I'll talk to Navia first.
Paimon's really sorry, Navia, but Paimon did something pretty disrespectful just now.
What are you saying, Paimon? I don't think I get it.
Well, aren't you not supposed to fly fly around someone's grave?
Huh? Who told you that?
Hey, traveler! Why did you mess with Paimon again?
That's cute that they had her be like, I'm sorry. It was so cute. She really does care. She really does care. Neuvillette? You doing okay, bud? Because you sound like you were gonna cry over there. You okay? You okay, bud? You okay? He isn't crying, at least.
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay your respects to her father?
Mm-hmm. We ran into Navia on the streets today, so we just followed her here.
I see, I see. Then is there something that I can help you with?
Maybe we could ask some questions?
Well, it's pretty hard to run into you like this since you're usually super busy. So we figured we could try to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would be my pleasure to return the favor.
Gosh, I love him so much. He's so nice. He's so nice. I want to give him the head pats. He's so good. I love him. So, about the water from the primordial sea.
So, at court, the bad guys referred to that special water as water from the primordial sea. But what is it really?
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vacher and his ilk only learned of its nature and existence after extensive research. There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea we know today. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea. You could say it nurtured much of the life on this planet.
Huh. So it's like where all the plankton and whatever were.
Huh. So it really was where everything began. It makes sense to call it primordial then.
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's surface.
Huh?
What Vacher discovered must have been some kind of special case, or a remnant from a truly ancient age.
Kind of like Amber holding something. Jurassic Park style. Huh.
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Neuvillette. But if that's the case, then why would people, at least people from Fontaine, dissolve in that kind of water?
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and nurture life, suddenly reverse itself and devour life instead? To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its laws. There must still be some unknown secrets around the people of this land. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
About the prophecy that has been circulating around Fontaine.
That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Furina crying alone on her throne, but the sins of the people will be finally washed away for good. Does that appropriately summarize the version you've heard?
Correct.
That's right! It was Lyney that told us back then. And that about covers all the main points.
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice but to confront this prophecy directly.
Yeah, especially when people are literally dissolving.
Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon left to the world before she passed away.
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon? Wow. This is the first time that we've ever heard of it.
Two parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels, and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. We should be more vigilant, and stay on the watch for further signs. Speaking of the prophecy, Furina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, she has been collecting information and intelligence from across Tevat for this purpose.
I would too if I was told that, hey, all your people gonna die, so, I guess she does care a little bit, but her sense of justice is stupid.
If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum left to Furina by her predecessor.
But with Furina being the way she is, can we really trust her to solve it?
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Are you avoiding the answer? You don't think she can do it? As bad as that is, that's funny. About child.
My apologies. My investigation has still not reached its conclusion. However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice was not rendered arbitrarily.
I think it was. I think you just need to throw that thing in the trash.
But you also said you thought he was innocent.
Yeah, and I wonder if it's more like a lie detector, the Oratrice. Because if you didn't know, a lie detector doesn't actually tell when you're lying. A lie detector just tells whenever you're nervous, basically. And so if you don't believe it works, it's not going to work on you. But whenever you're lying, you'll get nervous that it's going to detect you. So you freak out, and then it knows. Which is why they can't do tests on people who are, like, sweaty or have, like, certain conditions or whatever, because it'll mess up the thing, you know? Oh, because they're already in a state that it's looking for. So maybe it just sensed that he was nervous or something? Lightly nervous or something? And he just... Like, because he was called back, I'd be nervous too. I'd be like, what's going on here? Can we just get me out of here? And then it renders a guilty verdict. Maybe that's how it works.
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that I give on each case. As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified faith in the concept of justice is integrated into it. Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely also possesses other traits, such as self-awareness. Which is all to say, I have been prepared for a situation like this for a long time.
So when Lyney told us that he heard a human voice from the room where the Oratrice's core is stored...
It was the Oratrice.
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my conjecture. I will add that to the list of items to investigate. In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a methodology all its own. We just do not have enough information. Based on Furina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. She managed to bluff her way through it, though. The time-tested twin tricks of bravado and drama.
Yup. That's Furina. Furina who I want to slap across the face. A lot. Like 20 times. 30. 100. 100 times 100. 1,000. However many I can do in my lifetime.
While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, for now, we regret to say that the Fatui Harbinger will just have to bide his time in the fortress of Meripede. If we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most certainly compensate him to the fullest extent allowed by the law.
Yeah, I'd hope you would. So, question. How would we run into Risley other than just going to jail and saying hi to Tartaglia? Like, just being like, hi, how are you doing? You know, jail visitation, basically. And him just being like, I'm in jail, how do you think I'm doing? Or pick him up because he's let out, something like that. I don't know. Either way, we're gonna go see him in jail. One way or another.
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight with you.
True.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
What is with you cutting Paimon off and not really finishing the conversation before saying, is there anything else you'd like to ask me about? Now, about the big thing. About my sibling.
Your sibling? Another blonde-haired traveler? I'm sorry, but I've never seen anyone who matches that description. If he ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure he followed our laws to the letter, and had no reason to appear on the stage of the opera Epicles. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
I have no more questions.
Very well. It was my honor to provide you with what answers I could. I very much enjoyed conversing with you.
I did too, because you are lovely, sir. And, while I don't agree with you smacking child on the head exactly and following rules to a absolute T, I guess you are willing to at least say, hey, we're gonna put him in custody for now. If he's wrongfully done something, he's wrongfully done something. If not, we're gonna let him go. We'll make things right if this was wrong, but we're doing this precautionary for now. So honestly, while I was a bit upset at first, I can understand what he's doing. So, you know what? You're back on my good list. Just don't do anything stupid.
It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind and return to Palais Memoria.
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette. Paimon thought you only came here to pay your respects today because you had the day off.
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must work around the clock as well. This is merely the nature of a justice's work.
True.
Alright. You've got a point. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
Yeah. It did, earlier, after Neuvillette was done with looking at the grave, you know. Why did they keep on doing that, where it pops into the actual cutscene? I preferred it whenever it wasn't in the cutscene, but that's just me. I guess that's it. Because, we don't have any more Archon Quest. This Archon Quest be over, obviously. And there's no more Archon Quests to do until the next update. Well, I technically have the Chasm Quest, but I've been streaming long enough. I'm not starting the Chasm Quest today. But, while you guys are here, or before I end this off, I had a funny idea yesterday. So, Zhongli's banner is on, correct? And I know this is dumb, but I had the idea, since just like C1 and C2 Zhongli are pretty good, and I love my boy Zhongli, that I have plenty of Prima Gems. I'm almost at 90, so even if I am at 0 pity, 0 guarantee, what if I throw just 110 wish at him? What if I do that? So, just for the ha-has, the laws, what if I got him? Because it got a constellation for him. And also I kind of want Freminet just to have him as well. Anyway, so if I somehow got him, that would be good as well. So I think I'm going to just throw a 10 pull at Zhongli and see what happens. No more, because I want to save whatever I can for him, but for Risley and Neuvillette, but I just want to see if something happens. I'm at 0 pity, 0 guarantee. I just want to see if something happens for the lols. Just a purple. I don't want to throw any more at it, but I just thought, you know what, that would be hilarious if I got Zhongli. And I think, honestly, hey, look, I got him! Just exactly as I wanted. I got Freminet. Freminet. Whatever. At our penguin diver boy. I bet I got him. So, just exactly as I wanted. Not that I couldn't have gotten Zhongli, but another con of him. I already have him, but a con is nice. But I think every time Zhongli's banner comes up, I think I'm just going to throw a 110 pull at him and see if something happens. Again, I know that's little to no chance, but who knows? It could happen at some point. And if anyone deserves the haha lol rolls on him of just even a small chance, you know, wasting just a little bit on him, and not even really wasting because he's OP and all, but using Primo Gems on him, even whenever I've got another character I want coming up, it should be him. It should be him, my boy, my first limited 5-star, my boy, with my favorite voice actor, one of my favorite voice actors, Keith Silverstein. I met him. He deserves it. And so yeah, I think every time Zhongli comes up, I'm gonna keep on doing that. I just yeet a 10 pull at him. So yeah, if you ever see a Zhongli banner pop up, yeah, I'm streaming for that, because I just want to just throw a lol 10 pull at him. But now at least I know I've got a 10 pull, a 10 pity on my chart now, and I've got Freminet. I'm happy that I got him. But anyway, hey, that's gonna be it for today, guys. Is because I need food. I need food, and I've got to do some work because while I was streaming, maybe if you weren't paying attention earlier, my work texted me, and I've got things to do. Ooh, I gotta love whenever you work from home, because then they can just be like, knock, knock, knock on your phone. They texted me. That doesn't make sense. And it's, hey, we got something for you to do. Do it now. And it's just like, I don't mind if I have to do just a little bit every day, but whenever they just decide to text me non-stop, it annoys me. Anyway, hopefully you guys have enjoyed what we've done today, and if you did, please consider leaving a like, commenting, subscribing, hitting the little bell to get notifications whenever I upload a new video or do a live stream, as well as check out my Twitter and the tweets I do. I do just tweets on @bumper_YT, and we do like drawings over there. I give my opinions and whatever, and I do notifications of that. I'm doing a live stream right now, or I'm planning on doing this one this time. This is what it's gonna be. And that, hey, I've uploaded a video in case YouTube decides to ever wonk out, with their notifications. Because it happens sometimes. It happens. And hey, it's another reminder for you guys that, hey, I've uploaded, or I'm live streaming, or planning on live streaming. And also, you can also check out my community tab. I post upcoming live stream plans over there every now and again. So yeah, you can find out over there if you want to see more of my future streams. But other than that shall be the end of today's stream. So hopefully, I will see you guys in whatever I'm doing next. But until then, this is Bumper, signing off. Bye guys! See you next time.